Hey person, how's it going? Thank you for liking. I said, how's it going? Thank you for liking. Why? Thank you for the share. I'm doing pretty all right. Not too bad. Glad you're doing well. It's just school. It's easy peasy. Easy peasy. What'd you spend it on? What'd you spend all your monies on, huh? From a show or a game? No. Just some 3D figures that a vendor had. All right, can this? I think we're finally loaded in. Let's see. So it's like cultural. That's cool though. Let's see. I think we are good to switch this over now. I mean, that sounds like a good time. What kind of cookies did you sell? Let's see what we got here. We will let flashback run so that we can get a flyby of the Bumblebee Zone. We still have bees. That's good news. The bees are still out. We've still got bumblebees. Let's see. Hi, Cat. Thanks for the follow. That sounds cool, person. Hey, there's bees around the flowers still, too. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Let's see. Are there... Oh, there's more. Okay. So there's not a ton, but overall, they are still around. They are still around. There's some here. There's some there. Hi, Cat. Thanks for liking. Look at them all. Look at them all. Thank you for the heart me. All right. Have a good day at school. Thanks for stopping by. Sounds good. See you later. There's still lots of bees here. Oh my goodness. All right. That's cool. I thought we had a bunch of them stuck under the build because I hollowed it out and some of them were going inside. So we were having some issues with that. But it looks like a lot of them are coming back out the way they should. I cleaned up. I had a bunch of flowers inside, and cleaning that up, I think, helped the situation. Kat, thanks for sharing, and Alan, thanks for following. And I think that seemed to have worked, so that should be the last thing I wanted to fix for the Bumblebee Zone. I think we're gonna work on some mountains today. I think that's the goal. Bees are so fun. That was so cool. 'Twas cool to see them all still sticking around and not all fly away. So that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Dylan, thank you for filling the goal for the TikToks. Awesome, awesome. I appreciate you. Filling up the live goal. Heck yeah. Thank you, Kat, for the creeper. Appreciate you. Do you guys like to play Minecraft? Also, it doesn't look like it's lagging, but it's telling me that it's skipping frames, so that's a little concerning. Hopefully that doesn't get too bad. At least for the recording and whatnot. Maybe it's because I haven't loaded everything in the world today. Do you play mostly Bedrock Edition then? Since you play on console and phone? Or is it still Java Edition? I haven't played on anything other than the PC, so I am unsure. Yeah, I think it's unhappy I haven't loaded everything. I gotta fly over the chunks, I think. let's give it a try here. Hi, Kiwi. How are you? Welcome back. Thank you, Lotus, for following and liking. I appreciate that. Let's switch the song here. All right, we have to figure out a little bit of a spot to put the next project. The next project is huge. Which trees? Let me answer your question before I move on. I have these little trees. Hi, Ribbon. All of them? How did you do all of the trees? Oh, awesome. You finished your new base, Kiwi? Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad you see some of the clips at least. Sorry I haven't posted in a while. I did catch up on quite a bit of editing. There will be a lot more posts coming soon. So at least you'll you won't be missing so much if you're not in the lives. Thanks, Cat Spider, for following. Yeah, I started messing with it around Christmas. This server is kind of what's come of it so far. It's been pretty fun. But the trees, they're very much a learning process. I'm still not good at them. I will be building more of them soon too, but I don't know. I just kind of place some blocks, place some not all the way straight. Like I tried to just offset it a little bit and then connect them up with stairs or slabs. And I tried to just switch to walls and fences as I get taller and then kind of just go for a shape. This kind of looks like a face. I didn't realize I had two little cubes missing out there. The smaller trees, I start with walls and with fences directly after them. And I just try to cover up any of the fences and stuff. Sometimes I'll leave a couple little holes poked in so that you can actually, like you saw the kind of face shape or that, so you can see through a little bit. But overall, I mean, I kind of just cover it up and then try to round it out a little bit. The bottom tends to be kind of flat in most of my trees, as you can see. I try to avoid that by making some hang lower than others, but overall it usually ends up right back there. But yeah, I'm still kind of learning trees myself, so I don't really have a ton of tips in that area. Doing our best. That's all. Just trying our best. All right, I think. Thank you, Kat, for sharing. Appreciate you. Hi, Walter. Oh, you were a lurker. You were just hanging around. That's okay. I'm going to delete the village real quick here. Sorry, villagers. You gots to go. They gots to go. That's the way it is. And then we're going to get rid of the evidence other than the people walking around. They can stay, but they can't have houses. They must they must vacate. So I'm trying to decide exactly how big to do this next project, because we're kind of growing every time. The projects have been getting bigger as we go. But I have like 5 kind of different biome ideas that I kind of want to sandwich into one. They all kind of interconnect. So that being the case, I have to kind of build something very, very large. And I'm not sure exactly if I want to put it right here, but I think I'm going to. Sunshine, thanks for the heart and popular. Appreciate you. Oh, the mountain range, you know? The project idea. Yo, forehead. What are those ones? What are those ones? I haven't seen these yet. Tiny bunny and a hot cross bun. No, you're right. I just assume. What's up, Josh? How's it going? Half the gang's here. Half the gang is here. All right, let's start by not messing up our grass. I have used the biome painter. I actually will be using it in just a moment as well too. It's pretty straightforward. You can just set thank you for the roses, Sunshine. You can just set whatever biome it is that you actually want, and then you can just replace it. But yeah, I've used it quite a bit because this is a super flat, so it's only grasslands. How I like what use cases. So a good example is like I built this was a grassy plateau, and I changed it over to an actual swamp biome so that the grass and the watercolor would be fitting. Or same thing over here with the desert and the little canyon that we have. We swapped it to a savanna, again, to change the grass color and whatnot. Or the desert, so that it actually had the dried out grass and stuff like that. Mostly just using it to change grass and watercolor so far is what I've used it for. Other than that, if it doesn't need to be changed, I don't. Sunshine. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey Kay, how are you? We're gonna start something new today. It's gonna start a mountain range is the goal. That's the goal. So let's see. I don't know if it matters which cold biome I turn it into, but I think I'm just gonna do the snowy slopes because it's probably about what it's gonna look like. Misty Mountain from The Hobbit. I don't know about that. We're gonna do some snowy mountains. We're going to attempt some glaciers, and I have a couple cave ideas to go along with it, and then sort of a centerpiece idea to top it all off. So it's going to be a lot. This will probably take a couple weeks, but we'll see how it goes. Depends on how detailed I decide to make it. All right, where do we want to start the snow? I guess we could probably just push things right up next to each other. It should be fine. And does this actually change the grass? I did not even realize that, actually. Snow biomes have a different grass color? You guys, I'm learning new things. What even is this? It's like blue. Did you know that? I had zero idea that snow zones had different colored grass, actually. Zero clue. Sunshine, sunshine, sunshine. Thank you for the roses. No, not yet. I'm slacking. I'm sorry. I'm slacking. I will fix it. No, no, no. Don't be disappointed. Okay, you're feeling sick. It ain't supposed to be sick right now. It's supposed to be feeling good. Weather's changing. Maybe you'll get lucky and it's just a little bit of that allergy of the season change. And is the spruce grass, is it kind of blue like this too? Yeah, I get like that too. In the spring when all the leaves are kind of like letting out the nasty and stuff from the winter wearing off. Gotta just get through it. All right, let's see real quick. I want to update this. There we go. Yeah, we have a warning. We might get an ice storm this weekend. I'm hoping that doesn't happen. Sunshine, you better be nice. Yeah, it seems to be going back and forth. It can't make up its mind. So Snowy Taiga is the... Oh my gosh, you're right. It is the same color as the Snowy Spruce Zone. Sunshine, you're funny. Oh, wait. It's actually different in the non-snowy one. Like it goes from blue to like this kind of seafoamy color. You sneezed 10 times in a row. Just a few more and you might beat my record. You gotta sneeze more than 13 times. Obviously, I need to learn about Minecraft. I didn't realize the grass changed color every time. Like, I knew it did in, like, the savannah and stuff like that, but I didn't realize all of them did. Why does Spruce has this green? Snow has like a blue. The blue grass is awesome. That's cool. I didn't know it did that. Sunshine, you're trying to teach me about TikTok. You might as well teach me about Minecraft too. I told you, you're the survival queen around here. You got to be educating. That's your duty. Me neither. Me neither. I will, now that it is no longer TOS, I will get multi-stream chat set back up so that everyone can see every platform, because that is annoying. Yeah, well, increase the payroll, Sunshine. I'm just teasing you. Oh, man. Okay. I don't know how big to make this yet. Let's just make it. You tried to say some stuff, huh? It got auto flagged? Didn't even let you show? That's crazy. Awesome, Kay. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, that went crazy. There we go. Wait, it doesn't even show up. Hold on. Let me open browser. I don't know why it does this to me. Gotta manage everything through browser. It's so tedious. So tedious. Josh, I saw you've been playing some RimWorld. What are you up to? The unamused emoji is funny. Sunshine, I don't even see anything to be approved. Are you lying to me? Crazy. That's fine. You probably know how to work it better than I do. Truthfully, you probably do. See. Maybe I'm just not even in the right window. Might not even be in the right window. All right, there we go. Oh, yeah? Long time. Lots of practice. I just use it to lurk. I don't usually well, until recently, obviously. Wait, I'm trolling. Do we like the bluegrass more? I'm thinking probably. No? You like the spruce grass more? Is that what you're trying to tell me? You lying? You don't like any grass? What do you mean? You get what you get, and you don't throw a fit, Sunshine. Don't touch grass. You gotta do what you gotta do, all right? I had to go touch grass this morning. Now here I am. Is that how it works? Yeah, exactly. Kay gets it. Potato, thanks for following. Welcome. Hopefully we actually get something done. Here, well, wait. Was there snowy? We'll do snowy slopes. That's what we're going to do. Final decision. Yes. Potato, we are working on a mountain range is what we're going to start as soon as we get the area kind of situated. I have a couple ideas for some cave biomes to go underneath said mountain range. Wow, that went way off in the distance, didn't it? Also, what is happening over here? Is this just what happens in a super flat world? Is this a stronghold in a super flat? Is this what they look like all the time? Okay, you're a rock star. I legitimately have never seen this on a super flat. That's crazy. That's hilarious. See, that's the smart thing. That would be the smart thing to do. I don't think like that. I wait for it to be a problem and then I find a solution. Can I turn off structures with like a command? I mean, I'm sure I'll still have to delete the ones that are rendered in, but if I don't run into more in the future, would be ideal. Kay's got to wash her dog. What kind of doggy do you have, Kay? You can't change it once the world's made? I wasn't sure. Because I know, like, you can modify fire tick and all that stuff with, like, a command. I wasn't sure if it was like that. It does make sense that it's in the generation stage, though. That do make sense. Oh, you did tell me that. You did tell me that. We already spoke about this. We already had this conversation. I'm just making you repeat yourself. Can I pet that dog? And she gone. All right, let's make this all grass again. What do you like to build, Potato? Hey, there we go. There's some weird little water spots here, though. And it's not getting rid of them. Mostly mega builds. I, too, am a fan of castles and such. I don't know why it's not filling in this grass, so I guess I'm just going to place it. Sunshine's trying to recruit everybody. Villagers and horses. Oh my gosh. That is the undertaking. There's probably not on my channel. I don't even think I qualify for those. I cannot validate that information though. I don't know for positive. Oh, I thought you had to like be a certain rank or something for ads to even be enabled. You guys know more than I do. I just live here. Yeah, exactly. Sunshine gets it. Okay. So I need to kind of figure out how exactly I want to do this, because I want an area that has water. And then we want to transition it pretty steep into mountains from there. Let's see. I'm going to have to build in like a sort of bowl or a rim to hold the water like that has. So, let's say like this much is water. Let's see. Where's the elevation tool, methinks? Seems to work pretty nicely. I like the tabletop sort of fall off. We want to raise, that is correct. And brush radius, that's what I'm looking for right there. All right, let's just give this an edge to start with. Let's change the rate. That's too slow. There we go. And I'll probably hit this with a smooth or something, just so it looks a tiny bit nicer. We'll see. We're gonna find out. Let's go to about here. It's probably enough room for what I'm planning. We cannot let the water escape. Yeah, that should be big enough for what I'm planning. Let's see. It's gonna look really stupid at first, but it'll improve, I promise. I'm just trying to get an idea of the shape of the area first. So I want it to kind of go like this. Okay. I think that is good for the shape. I don't know how deep I want the water is the only issue. Because it's supposed to be an ocean. I mean, this other one I did next door was supposed to be an ocean too, but it's not very deep. So we're probably good here. We're probably good with this. Make sure I don't have any super low spots. Is this actually filled in, or is there a crease with... No, that looks fine. Okay. And let's smooth it out a little bit. Little bit. Just so it's not so crazy looking. Smoothing is just rough on the processing power. Yep. And then we'll get rid of that stronghold. Which I can't believe showed up out of nowhere like that. That's crazy. Super flat worlds are so weird. It should still be tall enough, I think. I think so. There we go. See what we can do. Not gonna worry about extending that. I think that's fine. And flood fill, that's what we're looking for. I think we're gonna make it that deep. I think that's the maneuver. So if I crank this up. Does it? Oh, I'm filling it with grass. I'm trolling. Don't do what I do. Don't do what I do. One second. are back. Okay. Now I'm actually back. Sorry. I don't usually get phone calls during this. All right. So now that that is all handled, I'm trying to decide if I like this pyramid shape for building up the mountain itself, or if I want to use something a little more round and try and get the pointed shapes with a different brush. But I actually, this builds, with the extended ground, this builds up pretty good. I think this will work. So now we just got to decide how we want this to be shaped is the question. Also, is the ice going to cover the entire thing? And how do you avoid that? In a snowy biome, how do you break up the ice a little bit? Because I do want some. But yeah, I don't know if you add plants and stuff, does that help it? I don't know. I'm trying not to distract myself too much with the water because I have quite a few plans for it. So I'll let it happen when it happens. Let's start with getting rid of all of this. I think that's everything inside, right? Ooh, just barely not. Just barely not. And save the lower grass block. Give it a drain. That didn't work. Do I have to hit enter first? Yes. Now we can drain. Clear the fountain. Get rid of everything floating. There we go. Back in business. Back in business. All right. Let's see what we can do here. I think we're just going to start building stuff up and see what we think. That's kind of how it goes. Let me pull up my reference, though. That way we can see. At least something to go off of a little bit. Zane, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. All right. Or... because I'm probably going to view it from this side. So let's just see. And I think what I would like is I'm going to have some stuff in the water here and here. And then I need a bigger buildup over here. And then something about here. And then big space behind it. Okay. I think this has got my... now that it's just slightly marked out, I think my brain can kind of piece it together. I'm in the clouds. All right, let's pull this forward to kind of match with what we're working with here. Try to fill this in. Build it up. And I'll have to go back and kind of fix this. They're not going to blend perfectly, but we can melt things away. And that'll fix it up. And get taller. Just see like that. That's a no-no, but I'll sort it out when we're ready. But actually, I don't mind that too much. Let me reduce this a little bit. Can we actually just kind of mesh this together? Kind of, sort of. No, that's just going to worsen. Forget it. Forget it. Let's raise this back up a little bit. Get this. I don't actually like that. Let's look at it from here. And I use a smooth on these steep edges. What does that do for us? Also, I want to make it so we don't touch grass. I just want to mess with the stone. So let's do that. We're getting somewhere. Kind of. Kind of, sort of. Okay, that helps a little bit. Once I melt that away, that we can smooth it again. I think that'll help even more. So you're gonna try to build Hogwarts in hardcore, huh? That sounds so intense. This side is not terrible. Not terrible. Yeah, I think that's the smart way to do it anyways. That way you don't waste time. Because I really like to change my mind on colors. That's the main reason I use creative to plan things and see if they work out. Because I would be so mad if I built like an entire mountain with like orange terracotta or something just to decide, oh, yellow would look better. I would go crazy. All right, that's a little too smooth. I mean, we're going to go over it all with a melt brush anyways. It doesn't really matter. So you have like a starting point. I mean, I'm sure you'll find ways to that you'll want to change it up a little bit anyways. It's typically how it goes. Hi, Kendricks. All right, let's see. Do I at all like the shape of that? We are working on the starts of a mountain range. This is the very beginning stage of it. We'll see how it goes. So it needs a bit of an update. I think this shape is not so bad. I need a bit of a tabletop here, I think. This needs weight, like, this one has to be taller than this one. Let's see. I love the auto shade tool for getting like a good starting point, but I find it is very finicky for doing some things. Like auto shade did this volcano almost perfectly, but when it came to like this swamp cliff over here, this big plateau, I had to re-auto shade it so many times, and then I still went back and I gradient painted the top. And I could not get auto shade to do what I wanted over here, so I just had to gradient paint the whole thing. I think it would probably work better if I selected specific areas and auto shaded it in pieces, as opposed to trying to auto shade such large chunks at a time. We'll probably find out with this. That's all right, Kay. We don't mind. It's just placing blocks. We're saving time. We save all the time. We do it for the love of the game, you know? All right, we got to make this go up. Go up, go up. Pull it forward too. I have not messed with World Edit or Voxel Sniper or any of those other older style tools. Okay, we got the height. I think if we slope that down, this needs melted off so it's smooth. And how do I want to shape this side? You think you're really bad at Axiom? I've definitely learned a lot so far. Let's do this. How tall is this now? I think we got the height where we want it. I just got to fix the shape. I want to take that chunk out. I want to fix these tall edges. Okay. We can switch this shape a little bit. Let's go back to a cube and kind of bridge these a little bit. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see here. This is probably too big. Shrinky shrink. You have fun, Kay. Enjoy your day. Thanks for hanging out. I have done mountains a little bit different each time. Yeah, I find I kind of hate using smooth is the main reason you see me do this. I like to build up the shapes kind of stacking things on top of each other because I feel like it gets a little bit more of a more natural starting point. So you can kind of see me here, like that's sort of what I'm doing. Like I know this whole thing is not going to remain flat, by the way. But I know I want when I go to use the melt tool, I want to kind of transition this to a little bit of a flat space here, and then it'll start to get jagged. And then having this flat space just extended lets me sort of be able to raise the elevation of everything a little bit. But yeah, I build up shapes, and then I like to kind of carve into them more so. That's why I just leave the extended ground on. It gives me these big weird edges, but when I go back with the melt brush, it tends to level out and look pretty decent. Which I need to get rid of this section because I'm having a hard time kind of visualizing this with this here. So let's get rid of this section. Had to grab a snack. And then this should fall off like a crevice here. See, does this somewhat resemble what I'm looking for now? First thing you've had all day? Yeah, I've just kind of snacked so far today. I haven't had actual meal yet. So I'm kind of in the same boat. I got some peanut butter trail mix. I am from the U.S. Midwestern part. I actually think this is maybe too short. How about you? I appreciate you thinking that I have any talent at all. You're actually the third person in here from the UK. We have a couple consistent viewers from there that show up pretty much every day, actually. Switch this off a cube. I actually want... Was I using this with a tall and skinny, I believe, is what I was doing. Not that skinny. Oh, I appreciate that. I believe you're like 4 hours ahead of me, so it's like almost 5:30 there, right? Okay, so you're 5 hours ahead. Okay. Let's kind of do that. Get these steep. And then let's smooth it down a little bit. Even though I don't like how this typically makes it look. I'm going to have to really use the melt brush. That's okay. Mountains are the name of the game this time. So we're going to see what we can come up with. Spend more time on the shape than we have on the other ones. The other ones I kind of rushed through them, so I want to see what we can get to pull together. I do have a schedule. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday at noon my time, which I believe is, I started an hour ago, so it would be 6 o'clock your time. I do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. It is pinned on my channel, too, if you ever forget. You can always go back and check. Or at least I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. Yeah. Yeah, it's a pinned post on our channel there. So if you're ever curious, you can double check right there. Let's see here. I don't like this part. Don't know why, but I did not. So let's do that. And then this needs to be raised a little bit. Rock brush. I need to remember these. Okay, so these keybinds are abysmal. Alright, let's see. Try and get this built up a little bit. Now go back and melt a little bit of this off. And try to smooth it down so it points. It's kind of squashing it too, but we'll sharpen it back up when we go back after the initial shape is done. And this is kind of driving me bonkers, so I'm going to fill in some of this. Get a little bit of a ridge through here. Bring this together. That's way too high. And now this should level it out. better than it was for a starting shape. We're gonna see. It's like 5% improved. Still kind of hating it, but we'll see. Let's shrink this a little bit more. So I don't want this to be too tall. I don't really have a good method for this yet, but I try to build up ridges, and then that way I have a little bit of a main point or edge to all the shapes. Honestly, pretty much started learning more about Minecraft around the same time I picked up Axiom. So pretty much since Christmas. So not a ton. Not a ton. I've been watching a ton. Trying to learn more. I'll be attempting survival pretty soon to see how much I've retained from watching so many other people do it. Thank you for the squirrels. But yeah, I pretty much started around Christmas. Thank you. I mean, it helps. I've been a 3D artist for about 10 years. So thank you for all the different gifts. I haven't even seen half of these. Oh my goodness. I don't even know what they all are. Thank you, Fat Dwarves. Appreciate you. I haven't even seen half of these before. All 300 Fat Dwarves. I will build all 300 of you a home. Thank you again. Appreciate that. But yeah, it's been yeah, about 4 months or so, 3 or 4 months, yeah. I do feel like, man, the improvement from this first zone over here, especially. Let me change the speed a little bit here. Because this was the second area we did right here. And this disgusts me. I hate looking at this now. I don't like the tree. The cliffs feel lazy to me. The cliff colors are especially bad. Especially bad. But we got better every time. Every zone seems to improve a little bit more. So I'm just glad to see some progress happening. There's a roughen tool, right? In here? Distort? Is maybe that what I'm thinking of? Yeah, okay. We're going to be able to cook with gas with that. That's going to help get rid of this smooth look a lot. So I can use smooth to kind of get the overall shape looking right, and then we can go back and distort it to kind of roughen the edges. I think there is an actual... stable grow. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. What is a chicken ball? What is that? I mean, I'm sure it's exactly what it sounds like, but is it crispy? Is it just like ground chicken? Is it a nugget? You know, like, I've never heard anyone say specifically a chicken ball, so I'm just curious. It's like a big chicken nugget? Or, okay, so it's more like a, in the US, it would be like a boneless wing. It would be a boneless wing here. Chicken balls that's a wild way to word it. It's not like a boneless wing? I mean, here they call them boneless wings, even if it's like a chunked up chicken breast. I don't like this part. Right here. I want this to go away. Yeah. Honestly, this can dial it back too. No. I think I get what you mean. What I pictured immediately was like ground chicken rolled into a ball. Oh, I kind of ruined that ridge there doing that. That's okay. That's basically what it is. All right. What's your sauce of choice? Can't have chicken without sauce. Them's the rules. That's a good choice. That is a good choice. I think I hate this shape. Why am I using this? We always use the cone. We like the cone. Yeah, that is a cone. I told this not to affect grass, brother. What is happening here? That's grass. Sounds nice. I love spicy food. Love spicy food. No way. No way. Disagree. I don't think the level of the spice really modifies the flavor too much. I do agree that if you're heavy with your spices, they can kind of be all that gets showcased. Like with curry flavors and stuff like that. Sometimes the curry can overpower the chicken and stuff. But I like spice. I probably, compared to, like, if you were to say like a 10 is people that eat like raw Reaper peppers and stuff, I'm probably like a 6 for where I typically eat. See, now this looks better. Now, how to fix this spot here? There's an iron golem there. He's just hanging around. It's not a frequent for you. I think this has just got to be smaller. Yeah, that kind of works. Was I suffocating the golem right there? The chicken balls have been consumed. I don't like that that goes back together like that or follows the same shape. Ay, ay, ay. Something about this. I think it's just the smoothness. The smoothness is ruining my vibe. But I'm not ready to roughen it up yet because the shape is not how I want it yet. Let's see. Actually, I think we're getting somewhere. I'm quite liking this. Kind of a gradual slope to a big peak. Kind of a little dip to another little peak. Rolls down. If I could have this kind of tabletop, this can climb up a little bit ever slow slightly to match this. So we'll have kind of a down, up, down, up, down thing there. This will need a lot more attention over here where it's just steep. I can kind of roll this down. But we're getting somewhere. Oh, the water is going to have a tremendous amount of work. This is an entire biome that's going to sit in here. This is going to change drastically. I just wanted to get the initial outline for where it was going to sit. By the time we're by the time we're done with this, you probably won't even remember this step. Let's see here. How tall are we? That's looking decent. Let's just kind of get something through here. Just kind of feather this through here, and then I'll smooth it together. Okay. Got some little jaggedness through here. Then let's make this bigger. so that we can kind of do this. Oops. I did not mean to fling us up like that. Yeah, that's a good height. And then I want to drop it down about a third next to it and then do it again. That way we have a few little peaks here. So something like about this height is probably pretty good. Pull this one back in both directions, I think. And then I'll make this smaller and go back in and fill in some of that and smooth it down. Just trying to make sure really the silhouette of it is kind of doing what I want and following the general shape. Is that creeping too far over yet? Oh, that looks okay. We'll give this a little bit of a peak here. Not that much. Let's shrink this. Smaller, please. Kind of fill this in. Let's see if we can drag it down now. There we go, that's not terrible. Let's do this. Oops. An actual zooming there. And try to pull this down. Somewhat blend these a little bit. I'm going to have to make this much smaller and kind of just ride the ridge with the brush here. But for now, I'm going to smooth this out. Just to kind of bring some of those valleys up some. Yeah, there we go. Once we go back in and distort it, I think it'll really roughen up. Can I get that to... That needs built up a little bit. Down in here. Yes. And then smooth it. Let's take a look here. I think this needs to come out so that this peak can be a little bit more prominent. And then we probably have the front of this outlined. So let's melt this out real quick. Yep. Automatically better. Like that so much more already. Just trim this out some. Hit that. Hit this. Yeah, now that peak gets to kind of breathe a little bit. And it's probably a little thin because all these other ones are not quite so pointed. So I'll probably build it up just a little bit. So let's see, can we get a skinny cone? And kind of just drag this in. That was a little drastic at the end there. Now if we smooth that down, what does it do? Kind of rounded it too much, I think. Back and forth we go. Back and forth. Let's do this. And then kind of try to leave most of that. And take this back out. Because we just got rid of a chunk here. We don't need it to be back. We just wanted it to be a little bit more sloped than just to drop off. So now with something like that, if I smooth this, that's looking better. That's much better. Because then I can just distort that, and I think that'll be a lot better. I don't love this. It does not care about this filter whatsoever. What if I say only stone? Then will it listen? Seems to. Okay. Seems to. Definitely need to do something here. Taller. That way I can come through and sort of get rid of this straight edge that we have. It needs to be taller still. That's a little better. Melt this out, because I don't like how round these are. the same thing here. It's just a little round. I want to get some variation in the shape. And I am going to smooth it again, which is probably going to round it out, but I'll lessen the strength on it so it's not too much, hopefully. There we go. Now the melt brush doesn't look so prominent where we were using it either. Yeah, let's just try to get some of these super flat edges worked on a little bit here. Draw this back in because it's pretty round. Separate these peaks a little here. I'd like that to be a little bit more pointed on the top too, though. So can I kind of do this? Oh, I gotta take this off, I forgot. Then we can just kind of chop that back a little. Hit it with a little smooth. Hopefully it doesn't shrink too much. Yeah, that looks decent. Not loving the shape of this one, but let's see. Has this kind of front edge, so I'm gonna kind of cut out next to it. That's probably too deep. Let's back that up. And let's skinny the cone. Kind of follow that shape a little bit. Give this a little bit of a ridge here. Try to follow that down some. It's a very straight line. This could use some definition. Oh, a little much there. Gonna bring it into this. Do a little bit of the same there. And on the other side. This is where we're gonna start to get some of that jagged look. Because now, even if I smooth that, it should hold on a little bit to its shape. That looks a little bit better. I gotta build this in, actually, before I start doing that. We can shrink this back down for this part. See if they'll blend. Let's turn this back up for this part. Let's see. Can I put this back on and clean this up a little bit? That looks funky there. Where's the strength? Yeah, let's turn that down a little bit. Kind of carve out between these a little. Take that top rigid edge off of here. What are you doing, Minnie? You're supposed to be working. Thanks for the shares, buddy. You got a warning for sharing too fast? You're being spammy? TikTok's letting you know? You tried to say a bad word. How dare you? How dare you? Dude, that's just TikTok. That's just the way it rolls, man. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. Not even close. That's your saga. Brother, that's where we started. You want some dunes? Just the dunes, huh? We don't do structures here. Bake was in here telling me I should build a whole city. I was like, no. I built him a single facade. I copy and pasted it, and then I deleted it. I do actually have a couple, I have a desert and a canyon zone I was planning on doing anyways. Probably after my snowy adventure here. Chile. I taught a bunch of Chileans how to fly a helicopter one time. I did. Dead ass. Dead ass. I'm not a pilot, but, you know, I do the sim. You get me. You get me. I just got the achievement for flying over where that stronghold was. That's hilarious. Now to make this side less ugly. Less ugly. Uber Steve. What are you doing over there? Just taking a break? Hanging around? Just hanging around. What? You just got another warning for your last chat? Dude, yeah, you're triggering something in their auto mod. Well, yeah, it's a bad word. Bro, I used to get in trouble at school for saying that. As a young blood. You got to behave around here. Have fun. Back to work. Let's see what we can do. Something here. Not right. Let's see. Hey, hey. All right, we're getting a little bit of shape to it. Little bit. Get it to smooth out the shapes that we're making, and then we can go back and roughen them up to give them more definition later. Minus that hole right there. That's kind of weird. I think we're doing all right. Not too shabby. Oh, that's rock tool. I want this, actually. Wrong tool. That was just the wrong tool. Let's see. This spot isn't looking too bad. I think once we texture it, it'll look okay. This through here needs some definition. And these need some creasing added. So let's keep melting away. Just gotta kind of have some of this carved in. It helps to just kind of have some grooves so that when you smooth back over it, it's not just making a blob. Seems to do good. Yeah, like we tried to get something like this through here. Carve this down a little. This can be not so boxed up. Same here. Just try to get rid of the flat wall kind of look. Try to get some sort of shape thrown in here. A little bit of rigidness. See how that looks when I smooth it. See if I like that or not. Yeah, it's not too shabby. Yeah, I'm happier with that spot. What do you mean? And we just started trimming away. That's all we did. That's all we've done. That's all we're doing. It's getting there. We did the back side of this. And we're working our way across to the left. You should. You should. How long have you built on your world? You should do multiple small things that make up one big thing. Like I don't know, I typically do biomes, so it's usually it's usually kind of hard to come up with something. But if you like castles and stuff, maybe you could do like an encampment. You could build like a series of tents and wagons and stuff and have like a little roadside encampment. How's this look from right here? Oh yeah, that's better. Much better like that. Yeah, that's perfect then, because if you say you had another one, like on the outskirts, you could have a little road. Maybe it leads to a checkpoint where you have a guard tower, and then you could have a little encampment set up for people that are traveling. That could be cool. I'm really excited to start survival. Because I'm going to be doing custom biomes in all my survival spots. That is really, really flat. And this really sticks out. But yeah, I haven't done very many buildings, so it's going to be a really steep learning curve, but I'm pretty excited for survival. That's going to be the biggest thing, is having to learn. Like, I've never messed with redstone at all. So having to learn the how to build farms and stuff like that, I think it's going to be really fun. I do. Yep. All of my links should be pinned. Should be. Just in case. Yeah, and feel free to share some of your builds and stuff in there if you want. I'd like to see what you guys build too. I don't like how square this part is. Let's take the corner off. Or kind of separate it maybe here. What if I do that? That might look better. This too is a little flat for my taste. It's not very aggressive, but it's getting better. Let's see what needs the attention. No, you can just use the photos. I've literally only gone over that one time, so I did the initial setup for that channel, and I just have not revisited it. That's fine. You can do that if you have like a time lapse or something. Yeah, don't worry about the. It's just like an initial setup. Not super strict on what gets posted where or anything like that. I just tried to organize it a little bit so people could have a generalized sense of where to put things. But it's definitely no big deal. Same. Same here. I get that. All right, that looks a little bit nicer on this side. Little bit. Sounds good. This looks boring. This is weird. Yeah, that helped. And this. A little bit of an awkward shape here. Actually not sure. Can you check in game what your version is? 1.21.10. Yeah, that's why I hadn't pressed the updates. It's been notifying me that there's more updates, but just to make sure, because I like to use flashback and the zoom mod and all that stuff, so until some of those are caught up, I figured I'd just kind of stay where I'm at. I don't mind being an update or two behind. Yeah, that's better. That's way better. I am excited to get on the permanent baby update, though. I think that's awesome. That is awesome. All right, let's see. Carve this down. Try to get some separation through here. It's not a ton, but just being able, even that simple thing of being able to like have a permanent baby is pretty neat. Yeah, I'll check. When I'm not streaming, I'm pretty active in the Discord, so I will be around constantly. So try to just pull this out a little bit. There's a cat. Yeah, I'll definitely check out whatever you post in there after stream. Like I said, whenever I'm not live, I'm typically pretty active in there. So if you ever want to just chit chat or share builds or give feedback on my builds, anything like that, I'm always open to it. Awesome. Yeah, that's something I'm nervous about for doing buildings and stuff is like, because I don't really know my style yet. So I don't know if I like to texture in like where shadows go or texture more for like, you know, a lot of people, they'll do like sort of a transitional color where like things should be wet or where they should naturally be dark or gain wear. I don't know what my style really is yet, but I do play with shaders, so I feel like it's probably just gonna be a little bit of the texturing for like wear and tear or just breaking up the pattern. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see when it comes. All right, I think this looks fine, especially if I pull back. Hate that spot. Get rid of that. There we go. That's better. Nitpicking already. Haven't even really started doing much. Okay, I think if I groove out this one, and then I have this nice little, this is kind of where the path is essentially what that is. So I'm going to make this a little bit more of a actual path. And then I got to groove out this cliff over here, and then we'll work on the big ones. This is just like essentially the front entrance kind of deal. The actual mountain goes behind this. So let's see if we can get this to look a little bit better. Try to get some of these rounded, bubbly kind of shapes out of here. So you kind of get a little preview now of what I was talking about, how I just kind of build it up and then I go back and kind of chisel away at everything. And I do smooth back over it a little bit, so this isn't so crazy looking. But you get these really dominant ridges like this, and then when you smooth it, it doesn't get rid of the entirety of the shape, but it kind of balances it out. And then when you go over it again with the distort brush, it looks pretty nice. If you, sometimes it just takes quite a while because I've been auto shading like 1,000,000 blocks at a time on some of these other spots. Like I did the whole volcano or the plateau next to it. Those took a solid couple minutes. Yeah, that's my problem. All right, are we okay with that cliff? I don't think that looks bad for being flat stone. I think once I actually add in the blocks, it'll look a lot different. Yeah, auto shade I feel like is really just, it's there to get you a basis, right? I feel like you kind of have to go back and fix some things up or whatever to get the details that look really good. Okay, so this is pretty decent transition. This little dip is kind of weird. Just gonna pull this up a little bit and smooth that out. That cat is tripping. He's just not sure where to pathfind. Oh, yeah. So funny that you brought that up, actually. All these channels and nowhere to post the build. Yeah, I'll have to separate one out for just builds. That's so funny. Oh my gosh. NK posted their dog. What a cute weenie dog. So is that are you in a super flat world and you just built up that terrain like that? Or is this in a regular world and the terrain was like sea level and you just raised it up? It's pretty awesome. It's definitely massive. Oh no, did I ruin the water here with my smooth? No, I think it's fine. The grass just smoothed in. Person, you gotta learn to love school. That's just how it be. Bye. All right, this kind of naturally goes here. So let's make this a little bit less round to start with. We can start there. I don't know if I want to leave that kind of being another shorter ridge here. That might look decent. Let's not delete the whole thing out. That's insane. Did you build it all, or did you download? Like, is it an old build you did, or did you download it from somewhere? You downloaded it from somewhere a long time ago. I mean, it's massive. I think if I pull this off here, that'll probably fix this up. I need cone. Right, yeah, back then, I mean, sheesh. Let's do that, and then we can smooth it together. And go back to melting. Melt, melt, melt. Because that's too much there. Yeah, I don't mind that. Don't mind this. Kind of try and get a more of an edge here. Try to slope this in that direction. That way when I smooth it, it should hold the shape a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Progress. Yeah, I saw the Quidditch arena and all that, and I was like, oh, they actually thought of a lot of things here. Put in all those details. That's crazy. Like, building organics is so hard. Let's try and get this shaped a little bit more. These ridges might be too prominent. I might have to shave them down. a bit of a groove. Not a fan of this spot. Yeah. Yeah, we watch the whole movie series probably once or twice a year at least. I would say at least. And we a long time ago. Long time ago, yeah. I don't make enough time to read anymore, honestly. I've been trying to get back into it. My brother tried to rope me back into it. He just sent me a series that he's into. So, I've got something new to dig into, see if it can kind of rekindle my reading interest. We'll see. But yeah, I love movies. So, I'm always down for a movie marathon, and we watch all of those pretty frequently. I really like the Fantastic Beasts movies. This one is not. This one doesn't like me. Let's see. Do I need to just kind of change the shape slightly? Don't like that. Yeah, I'm quite a fan of the Fantastic Beasts movies. I think they're pretty good. This is too tall. Don't like that. Let's smooth this and see what we're working with here. Making choices can be really hard when you have like a set theme, because it's like, how much do you want to follow the source material, right? I mean, when you make those decisions, you have to kind of decide that. This should probably go this way. I added that in. Need to smooth it together. Yeah. I've been so tempted. Speaking of building things based on like other inspiration, the Cobblemon stuff has got me absolutely itching. Like, I am so tempted to just go on a build spree for Cobblemon. I haven't played the pack, but I love Pokemon, and I just think it would be fun to even build different buildings and stuff just to kind of be used as inspiration or post blueprints for people, whatever. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to the newer one coming. Actually, Winds and Waves. I think it's gonna be what I was hoping Scarlet and Violet would have been. Yeah, I do think it's kind of silly when they kind of undermine like the status of a legendary. I feel like the legendary should be really emphasized. I think these are just sticking out too far. I think that's the problem here. Let's go. Maybe I'll just leave it like this and just try to dial back these ridges some. Yeah, that's heinous. That ain't right. Rayquaza's your favorite, though, huh? Favorite overall? Like, no one's better. That's your favorite. Favorite legendary? Probably same. It's definitely my most used. Yeah, I need to do that on all of this. That looks way better. Try to get some shape through here. Now we can let that fork there. See, or Gen 3 is my favorite. I think my favorite Pokemon period is probably Cubone. That is probably my favorite. Yeah. And it has a little darkness to its story, and overall is a pretty decent Pokemon. The regional Marowak is absolute gas. Dragapult is super good. I like Cubone a lot, but it's also like not something I mix into my party either. So like I guess it's really weird because what I do This might sound stupid, but every time I play a game, I give myself like a typing theme where like last time I played, I did an entire ghost team. And I also don't use starters when I play. I don't know why I handicap myself that way, but I do every time. Slows me down a little bit, but it's a fun way to play. I think this is starting to look better. I need to do that to the whole thing. Yeah, I really like building out themed teams. I think that's fun. That might be too much of a ridge. Yeah, I think so, especially through here. I think right here is kind of crazy. Someone is driving by and absolutely bumping the bass in their car. I can hear it. Smooth that out and see. That's got to be trimmed down. This spot right here, I don't like that much. There we go. It's still got a ridge to it. It's just not as insane. Favorite thing with him, period, is the potato war. The Great Potato War, I think, is just the funniest thing ever. I've actually had that comment so many times. Like, since I've started posting, so many times, actually. There we go. That's a little smoother. Yeah, I listened back to it after I heard it for like the 5th time. I started comparing the two back and forth. I was like, okay, I can definitely see it a little bit. I was in denial at first. I was like, you guys are playing me. I think this is a little too prominent. Let's see. Build it all out. I mean, if you see it through, it'll be worth it. Have you ever traveled to the U.S.? The Universal Studios theme park, they do an event called the Orlando Informer, and it is awesome because they limit the number of guests, and you can go and do all of Harry Potter World without the huge crowds. And it's very cool to get to like really pay attention to the details and stuff without the crowds and everything. And if you are a diehard Harry Potter fan, highly recommend. I have never been to the UK. Would like to visit. That'd be sweet. I think that's sticking out too far. That looks okay. Not too bad, not too bad. This could get pulled back some. Yeah, that was definitely the right call. Just knock this down some. See if we can get something here. The scammers never rest. see. Let's take this down a little too, so it can be somewhat smoothed. See how it goes here. Take this out some. This here probably be brought back. And I think once that's smooth, that'll probably look a little better. Probably. I don't like this. Let's see what we can do with that. This here, we can kind of dig out this section. Try to round this in some. Now if I do this, what does it look like? What does it look like? The smooth is tough, actually. It really takes a lot. Because I've noticed if I don't just kind of like dot the smooth and I try to actually like brush it, it'll definitely lag my stream. All right, let's back up and look at it. Which part of this looks like it needs more work? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm not sure, actually. That's a great question. It sure would be interesting. I think it does, actually. I feel like I've seen people use it together. Yeah. Yeah, I think you just need perms. I was going to say, I've only ever played in my own creative world, so I'm not sure, but I was fairly certain. If you come over here to tool mask, you might have to click tool mask up top if this window isn't open. but you can set not, and then inside it put a block and set that block to grass, and then it won't affect it. Actually, it's just like being in creative flight. So like I can even adjust like my flight speed and everything, but if I look down, you see that little dot right there? That's my shadow from my actual player model, so I'm still my normal guy, and it's just an overlay, so if I take off the overlay, my normal creative mode is back. I think this looks good for a start. I can probably start building up the other shapes now. Because that is just the front. Now I have to build up the rest. Yeah, I think that's a good start. Okay. This is probably not enough space, actually. So let's expand the biome a little bit. Oh, I have to take the mask off. That would help. That would help. So where are we? This is the middle? Yeah, we're gonna need a little space here. Because now, if I come back here and take a peek, I've got it kind of framed how I want, because I want to kind of look at it this way. And we're going to have a big, tall guy right here. Let's see. Because I want to come back in. I think I'm going to start by using the cube brush again, kind of get a platform. I think that works nicely. Roughly as tall as that. Yeah, that'll probably be a good little start. So we're going to pull this back, layer this up. And I want to start trying to pull it together. So I'm going to start rounding it off on the edges here. That way it comes back like this. Yeah, I think that's about the area I want to work in, so... Let's shrink this down so that I can just fill in this little crease here. There we go. And that just gives me something built up so that I don't have to do so much little tiny build up to get the points. I can just kind of slope off of these some. Okay, so we're going to use that area. Let's get these initial peaks in first. Swap it back to a cone. That tends to vary. Sometimes I end it around now, like after about 3 hours. Sometimes if I'm kind of just in the groove, I'll go for up to 6 usually. So this could be considered the halfway point for a lot of the days. Yeah, I usually go 3 to 6 hours. I mean, I've had a couple where we made it closer to 8, but those are pretty hype days usually. Sometimes we'll see, like, I'll have a group of my friends from the Discord in here, and it'll get pretty chatty. All right, let's get this. How far back do I want to do this is the question. Probably not super. I probably want it like here. This is probably a decent spot. Let's try to get a picture of the height here. It's probably going to go higher than that, honestly. That's reasonable. Right down here, active block. You click this and search whatever you want. You might have to... Okay. Was it hidden? Did you have to like reopen the window or something? Let's go that. That looks fine. And then I want this one. Yeah, that I've done that a couple times. So let's get, this is pretty close to what I want it to do. Skinny that up a little bit. See if I can squeeze it in there. Yep. Then we'll drop her down. I'm gonna have to thicken these, but we'll figure that out. I want to get the outline again. That's kind of what I'm going for. I actually might make this one a little taller. Yep, let it go to the cloud. That looks nice. Okay. And then this one over here, I want kind of rounded out. That's way back there, isn't it? Yep, that's what I thought. Can I sort of do this? Not sold on that. This is probably going to take a little bit of messing with. Keep doing that. What if I do this? Okay, now let's build up in front a little. This is going to need a lot added to it. Okay, I think it's kind of working how I want it to. I'll fix that after. Where? Oh, it was cone. I was like, where did it go? Forgot which one I was using for a second. There we go. It's not looking bad. figure out what I'm doing in the back there. It's a little bit of a weird spot. That's not too bad. Oh yeah, that's doing what I want. Awesome. Awesome. That's not doing too bad. And I want this to kind of taper down on this side. Let's see if we can get it to do that. Yep, that's doing fine. Then I need something right here. Yeah, I mean, when you're working with hundreds of thousands of blocks at a time, it gets pretty intense. That's crazy. Can I see that how I wanted from here? It's not exactly the shape I was hoping for over here. Let's see. I think I want to get rid of these. Oh, let's turn this back on. Yeah, that's enough to take a minute. It's definitely a chunk. When I first did that volcano, I think it was like almost 2.6 million blocks that I had. It's like, that's a lot. You're gonna be riding the sewer slide? I'll probably be joining that bandwagon next week. Probably on Monday. I think that's when I'm going to start survival. We'll see. And how happy am I with this shape now? I did hollow it. Yep. It was not hollow original. Just like these aren't. These aren't hollow yet. But they will be. Is this mountain range the first you've seen of what I've built over here? This spot needs some melting. Let's go out front and take a look. See if I'm getting... Yeah, I'll show you what we just did. It was pretty decent size. That is so much better. Okay. That's better, that's better, that's better. I need a little bit right here, and then I will be able to trim that. Yeah, so we've done, yeah. Yeah, I mean, these are all custom biomes, so, I mean, they kind of have to be big, right? Like, you're going to live in them. This is my warm ocean coast. Here, I can do this too. So we did a coastal cliff for a warm ocean. And it's got like coral creeping up the rocks and stuff. Hi, Kay. Welcome back. Hammock time sounds absolutely incredible. I have so much jealousy right now. And then I built this up because you know how it is in a super flat potato. When you're in super flat, you need space to build things, so you have to build them up. But this is my swamp. I made a slimy swamp. So we have this big slimy swamp biome. And this is actually kind of a two-parter because the water is actually all bottomed with glass. So at nighttime, if I go down here, and I'll turn this on so I can swap this real quick, because if I make it nighttime, it'll make more sense when I'm inside. But underneath the swamp, I built a cave biome, and you can see through all of the cracks in the ceiling is where the water is up top. Yeah, it turned out pretty good. I like the cave fog quite a bit. So we did big cave area underneath the swamp itself. Oh, and I can show you now that it's nighttime. I like to add this glowy effect to the edge of my water pretty often. So this is a slimy swamp, so I used the green frog lights and some slime and stuff to kind of light up the edges of all the swamp water. And I did that over here too with sea lanterns and some cyan glass. So you have like a bioluminescent algae kind of look. And I hid a glowstone inside all the little coral bushes too, so they glow. And same deal with the volcano. It's glass with lights, so it stays lit up really nice at nighttime. But I really like the swamp. And then we just did this. This was our most recent project. We did this bumblebee ravine. So you can see there's a little bit of light hidden in each of the giant flowers. But if I actually brighten it up so you can see here. Thank you. So I have these kind of like huge sandstone spires. And then I got these beehives kind of like burrowed into them where all the bees can live in and whatnot. You got little honey spilling out and whatnot down here. And then I also have, you can see more of the honey spill and stuff and whatnot. Then I have this, it's like a honey covered geode. So I hollowed out this part of the cliff and put a giant geode inside and had the honey all over it. We got bees all over the place. But yeah, you were talking about like a million block terrain. I think this is probably this is probably that big because this is all hollow. I actually had some issues with the bees because it's hollow. They were going out the wrong side of the hives. You can see there's still a bunch of bees in here. And I got rid of all the flowers and stuff. but they still fly this direction as opposed to the proper way, because there's a lot of bees in here, but they're all getting trapped in the terrain. I didn't want to add too many more because I don't want to just have like entity overload. But yeah, without filling some of it in, I'm not sure how to get the bees to go out the proper direction. Okay, you love the bees, don't you? Here's my frogs. Chilling in my swamp. Okay, have you been building anything lately? This is absolutely massive. Oh my gosh. Started terraforming all the sand. How much terraforming do you have to do before you start really getting to build it out? Yeah, it is turning out large, but it kind of has to be, so we'll see. All right, do I want to take this which way? Probably right here. Oh, I got to take this off, I think. Oh, it's already built. You're just terraforming around everything. Ooh, that sounds really nice. That sounds really nice. Where's the world tour? You should. You should. Post some in the chat. You're out touching some grass? Since we were just talking about that earlier. Touching shady dirt. Sounds nice. Oh yeah, you're in Texas, aren't you? Right? Oh yeah, no shady. Yeah. How's the back of this starting to build up? think I'm at the point where I can start smoothing and melting all of this. That's really repetitive. That's got to get changed. That's terrible. Disgusting. This is really bad. This is the main peak. This central little peak area, I'll kind of show you from the front. It's going to be completely different from the rest. So the shape might look a little bit more vertical, and that is very intentional. But this little peak and these ones here over to these all the way up to this is going to be a separate material from all of these ones up front. If I can get my... I should probably turn my render distance up just a tiny bit. Those extra chunks might help us see the whole picture here. There we go. Yeah, so this front mountain range is going to be a pretty typical snowy peaks kind of mountain. But all those ones in the middle there that are taller and more vertical shaped, they're going to be a different material entirely. And then I have some glaciers I got to build up out here. But we'll do the lake later. That's a special surprise. Because I have an idea that I don't think I've ever seen anybody do. So I'm kind of curious to see how it turns out. And then behind this, I just want to try and get something... They don't have to be huge. They can just be regular mountains. But I do want to kind of encase this a little bit, is the goal. Generally so. They gotta be huge? Sheesh. This dude's slacking at work again. How you ever gonna get it done if you're always doom scrolling, huh? Let's see. Yeah, and isn't it like abnormally hot right now too for this time of year? I think I was seeing that for like all of the Southwest. There's like 10 states or something like that that all are record-breaking highs. I'm jealous. That sounds so nice. That sounds so nice. It is not that nice out here. They're talking about maybe getting another ice storm here this weekend. got a little bit of a transition in the land over there now. I'm probably going to make a bit of a burrow in here anyways, but we'll see. We will see what we decide. This can probably shrink a little bit. I can actually get down in here without ruining everything else. You just get like a little fully enclosed bug net and just I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. I was picking it up. Alright, from this angle, we're kind of cooking. I think that's looking pretty good. Smooth this section out a little bit. Get this wrapped together some. That is not what you want. Especially if, like you said, you're having allergies. That is not what you want. There we go, I think. I think we're looking pretty nice through there. Trying to get some of the bottom of these to kind of smooth out a little bit so they look like they actually have somewhat of a foundation instead of being straight up. I mean, we'll probably fix that later when we add in snow and stuff too. The spot where they join is a little weird. Right through here. This is kind of wonky. Just realized this isn't even one single peak. The heck? Oh, gotta take this off. There we go. That looks way better. And then can we kind of taper this off? Yeah, that's better, I think. Smooth it and see. Yeah, okay. Now we get a little bit more of a point instead of this straight across look like up here. That's better. That's what we're looking for. I gotta melt this out so it looks weird. And then once it's melted out, we go back in and we add just a little to smooth it back out. That looks kind of weird still. I'm not super sold. Let's point this up. Maybe if we grow that, that'll... Yeah, that helps some. I don't like that. Too much. Too much. In the air conditioning? Let's melt this right here some. It's time. It's time. Don't like that. Get out of there. Give me this back. Okay, I think that's better if I smooth it. Oh, maybe. Progress? Progress. Okay. Up in the cloud. Let's fix this weird little 2-point peak here. Whoa, what did I just do? Okay. There we go. I don't know how I did it, but I like shot off all the way into the distance. There we go, that's better. I'm going to want these to be a little bit more pointed, but I think we can fix that when we're ready. I think overall shape is pretty much how I was thinking it should look. Oh my gosh, I have the hiccups. I'm wondering if I should have something right here. But I kind of like how this just like kind of gradually goes off. Honestly, I almost want to chop this here. Yep, I'm going to do it. Now that I've seen it, I have to do it. All right, let's do this. We're going to... Oh, not build. We want melt. We're going to chop this off. Oh no, back it up. I need to be just touching this. That way we can just get rid of this. And then we're actually going to build it up so it attaches. Go like this. And that should all... Maybe that's too much. Skinny it up. should have... Yeah, I like that better. Okay. We'll get this. This kind of curves in on both sides. We're going to try to make it a nearly straight line. Or not straight, but a nice angle, I should say. That's what I'm going for. Yep. Yep. That's exactly what we wanted right there. So from this side, if I'm out of the clouds, that looks better from here. Need to make this more pointed. It's too round. And if we go over here, how does it look? Not terrible. We shave this up a little bit, we'll be all right. Yeah, I think I like it. At least the main portion of it. Are we on build up? Yes, okay. So I can do this. This kind of needs some. Around here. I think that looks a little better. Voxy's doing some weird stuff right here. Okay, those are gone. They're not there anymore. Please update. Let's not destroy that part because that part looks good. Let's go like this. A little more pointed. Try to smooth below it. Yeah. That's better. We like that shape. Honestly, that's not too bad over there either. Might leave that. Just take some out right here. There we go. Let me see. Let me see. Oh my gosh, your dog is so cute. Oh, that's so cool out there on the little island. That doesn't matter. Doesn't have to be. That's such a cool spot for that build, though. The warm ocean is so good. Are you... Is that bamboo and terracotta on the top? Or are those already the new sulfur blocks? Bamboo and terracotta. Yeah, that looks nice. I love desert builds. Big time. I'm laughing at your At your first screenshot, I see the Discord servers, and there's one that just has like a dog staring at you. That's so good. That's such a funny photo. Yeah, I do the same thing. I do that too. That's the big brain way. All right, we got to build up a little backdrop here. We got all the important mountains done. Now we just need to kind of enclose the area a little bit to make it feel complete. All right, how do I want to do this? You're coming in from this side. There's a little bit of a path kind of walking through. Not so much on this side, but kind of on this side. I want to try to keep that. I want it to feel somewhat walkable. So let's go like this. Try to keep this. Whoa, that went way off. There we go. This gives us a little something to work with. I think this needs to be shorter for me to be able to kind of bridge that together. Maybe just smaller in general. Yeah, that's kind of working. So I just want to sprawl this out a little bit. Way it fills in some of this space. Honestly, we can maybe connect this up a little bit here. And then give me this. Get rid of that little pokey part there. And let's smooth this. Maybe. It freezes up. It makes me nervous. Then I just need to be able to, along the edges, I'm going to have to go back and do that. Let's see. Can we kind of just feather along the edge here randomly. Make that work. And then we can probably turn the smoothness up for this part. Just kind of squish these down. Oh no. Poked a hole in the grass. No. Can I just do one of these? No. Does this work if I do this? No, of course not. Let's just do this. And then I can just put this back on. That way it does not break it. Yeah, exactly. We don't want to be falling into the void. We can't have that. Oh my gosh. There's so much room to fill in. It's gonna be a century. Okay, there we go. Here's a little shape, shape. That feels a little bit more closed in and complete. We just got to do the same over here. Let's try a larger and in charge. Get a nice base built up here. Yeah, because that can transition all the way to the grass. That'll probably be nice. Let's go over here then. And scoop it down. You have a lot to fill into. Yeah. That's the terrain life. That's how it goes. That's how it be. Yeah, that was the right move, because that filled in nicely. And that won't take too much to clean up to look good. Try to get it somewhat of an interesting shape here. In and out. In and out. Fill this in. And boom, mountain, done. Is that easy? Try to get this to be a bigger peak too, because we have everything kind of front loaded right now. That's looking pretty nice. That did not solve the issue I was trying to solve right there. I gotta shrink this. Let's shrink it. Pointy. And then we'll use that to drag down. And drag over here. And drag down. And just like that, mountain. Easy peasy. ZM, you're always in here asking where Mike is, man. I don't know. Gotta keep a chain on the boy. Mike hasn't been around today, actually. What'd you do with him? What'd you do with him, huh? Oh, yeah. It's your fault. Where is he? Where's he at, buddy? You got him locked up? You're hiding him. Yeah, did he tell you that himself? That's crazy. Me too. I am also allergic to cats. No. You're just making stuff up. Better not. I do not want a cat. I'm sorry. No cats for I. Maybe like a nice fish. It's about all I can take on right now. Do you? ZM, do you know Mikey? Like actually? Or do you just meme him all the time? You do. I got that sense. I don't like that. I don't like it. Get rid of it. It's all bad. The Midwest. Where are you from? It was a bad shape. You know, sometimes things just got a bad shape to them. You are? There's too many of you over there. No, we don't do organics. You do it. Post it in the chat. Because they're hard. That's why. Because it's difficult. Not lazy, brother. Look at what I'm building over here. I'm calling Nick Cannon. You're going on Wild and Out. That's true. That's what I just said, though. Organics are difficult. Ain't nobody got time for all of that. I can do that. I'll do that just for you. You have to share it if I draw one, though. That's the rule. If I draw you a heart, you have to share. Here you go. There you go. Easy. And it's gone. Deleted. Nope. You didn't think my love was good enough, so now you get none. Can't believe you. Drew a heart for you. You didn't even appreciate it. Yeah, hot dogs. Oh. Yeah, exactly, Kay. That's what I'm saying. Out here expressing love just to get insta rejected. Told it not good enough. ZMK would have never done that to me if I drew a heart for them. there's a lot of wind in the game, or like that? Is that what you're telling me? They're in the other chat. What are you trying to tell me, Sunshine? You just gonna roll back up and start calling me names? Yeah, you were. For like 6 hours. No, I'm just kidding. It's been 2 hours. Where you been scrolling, huh? I believe you. I actually believe you. You were probably feeding your kids or putting them to bed, and you just decided, you know what? I gotta go call them names. Kay goes, Sunshine! Yeah, ZM, we're not all 12. You're the only young blood around here. Yep. See, I could smell it. I knew what you were up to. What'd you make? What'd you make for dinner? Oh man. Don't turn that fast. I just lagged my computer. No, you're not. I'm telling your mom. Just some mac and cheese. No, ZM, I'm telling your mom that you're cyberbully. Now he's just lying. Straight lying. Ain't no way. Being busy does not equal do not care. That is not the same thing. Kay wants some mac and cheese. Sunshine, you better deliver. Also, Sunshine, what are you doing on TikTok? What are you doing, huh? Like a wet noodle. I'm not gonna lie, mac and cheese do be sounding good. I might grill some brats or something. I might have to do that. Maybe you just made my dinner plans. Well, you better pop in to go say hi to Kay. You're in the wrong app. Nope, just cheese. Bye. Okay, can you believe Sunshine didn't bring us mac and cheese? How wooed. That's widowy so wooed. ZM, I thought you were out of here. Huh? What are you doing, buddy? You widowy won't even believe me, okay? Yeah, that's probably true. That's probably true. Kay, have you ever gone to the Texas State Fair? And if you have, can you tell me, is it just absolutely awesome? See you, ZM. Enjoy. Chinchilla. Okay, bye. I know what a chinchilla is, dude. I used to own exotic pets. It's a fuzzy little guy, and they take dust baths. It's a great animal. Not yours. See ya. You've only been to your local fair? You haven't been to the Texas State Fair? See, that's what I want to know, though. I want to know if the Texas State Fair is crazy. Because I've seen so many people talk about all of the food vendors. Zam, why are you back? What are you doing? Go get your new phone. Go hang out with your mom. Or misses you. What? You want to tell me what? You're going to tell me why Mikey didn't show up today? See, I know you're lying because you're just building it up, and you're just going to hit me with something silly. No, now I don't even want to know because I know it's a lie. All right, see you later. I mean, you can tell me if you want to, but... Yeah, Kay, isn't that nuts? Now they... See, okay. I put you onto it. Now you gotta go and you gotta give me feedback. And you gotta post pictures of all the good food. Bye. Oh, that's... Don't do that. I'm messing things up. Oh my gosh. I want to go to that so bad. Me and my friends booked a trip to the Minnesota State Fair because we heard that was the closest one to us that was on like that sort of scale. And then after going, other foodies there were like, if you guys like food, you need to go to the Texas one because it is insane. And I said, okay, that's on the list. So, yep. I want to go. I want to go. Take me with you. This dude, what are you doing? What are you even doing? Yep. Book it. What month is it in? Ain't no way, because you're going to come right back. Why would I say bye? You live here now. You're stuck. If I don't say bye, you won't leave. No. This guy, it's not August right now. It's March, buddy. I want to know what month the Texas State Fair is in. Winter. You're telling me I already got a shovel again? And snowblow? It's in September? Ooh. Ooh. I might actually try to go. We'll see. See how busy I am this year. I might actually try to do that. That'd be so cool. That would be awesome. I'll tell my friends, book it. See you, ZM. Have fun at Christmas. Just trim. September to October. Oh, yeah. Trim. We're just digging out some mountains. This would take so long, block by block. We love creative tools. What are you doing? I see you scrolling over there. The doom scrollers. Okay, what's your favorite food? Like do you have something you could eat like every day for the rest of your life? Mexican food. Any specific kind? Like are you what's your favorite way? What's your favorite vehicle for the tortilla? Is it a burrito? Is it a taco? Do you like them fried? Yeah, like there's so many options. I'm a burrito enjoyer. I just want my stuff wrapped up into one big mess to enjoy. Mexican food is a pretty good choice, though, I do have to say. Yeah, pretty easy answer, honestly. Oh god, I do love chips and salsa. I love guacamole. Goodness. You ever had a molcajete bowl? Oh my gosh, I love those so much. They're so good. I mean, you can have it kind of however you want, but essentially it's just like everywhere I've gone anyways. They're like a lava rock bowl, and then it's kind of like sometimes they can be kind of like a soup, but they have a lot of like large portions of food within them. I've had them with shrimp and fish. I've had them with like corn ribs and barbacoa. But they come in all kinds of varieties, but it's essentially like just a mess bowl, and you eat it similar to fajitas. They're amazing, though. Absolutely amazing. Super good. You should check the menu at your favorite Mexican spot and see if they make them and give it a go. I'm obviously hungry. We've been on this food. The food's on my brain. Yep. I'm a foodie. I like food. You need it to survive. You might as well enjoy it. I think I'm going to actually copy Sunshine and have some mac and cheese. And I'll probably have some dogs with it. That sounds nice, and it sounds pretty easy. I don't either. So I'll have to go to the store, but that's okay. Ooh, I also have stuff to make good ramen at home. That is a good call, too. You might also be onto something. I'm gonna trim this down. It's bugging me. You might end up there too? All right, see you at the grocery store. Everybody has to go shopping. Actually, I wonder if some of our... We have a lot of seasonal restaurants where I live. I wonder if some of them are starting to open up yet. I should check that. Maybe I'll go out to eat. Maybe I'll go out to eat tomorrow. Villager out here just climbing the mountain. Just touch these up a little bit. This is crazy. I didn't expect to have so much of this built up today, actually. Made good progress. You're still there. What you up to? It's about lunchtime for you, isn't it? You did. Lunch is already passed? Sheesh, that's like, you're already past the hard part then. Easy peasy. Last part of the day goes fast. Yeah, you're over halfway. Easy. It'll go quick. Oh yeah, that looks so much nicer. Okay, that works great. Oh, I love curry. That sounds super good. I don't have anywhere near me where I live now that does curry, but man, back where I used to live, so good. It's like 45-degree angle is really awkward. That sounds awesome. The place I used to go, they're from Laos. It's a little tiny country. Little tiny country. But they make great food. Gonna get through your last 3 hours, person? You can do it. Trimming away. Oh, man. What's taking you over that way? I don't know if I could handle being in a big city again. So many people. I've grown to like the the less stressful. See a person. Moving closer to your sister. Yeah, I don't know. I have thought about being back near for similar reasons. You know, it's nice just to be able to kind of like hit reset and be somewhere new. All the people, though. Oh, man. Plus, down by you, there's the driving. Oh, my gosh. The traffic. I don't know if I could handle it. That'll be cool, though. Definitely going to be a lot of good spots. Try to get these to not be so round. These look funky. You gonna take your hammock to the big city with you? See if you can find a place to hang it. Hang it in a park. That always makes it nice. I was just talking to my family literally this weekend about how I've accumulated so much just stuff. I was like, I used to be able to, at any point, if I needed or wanted to, put everything I owned into my truck and I could just be up and out of there. That is not the case for me anymore. It has so much stuff everywhere. Next time I have to move, it's going to be such a hassle. You guys have animals on the farm too? Chickens, cows, and goats? That's a pretty good mix. Me and goats do not vibe. We do not vibe, even a little. My dad has goats, and I feel like all they do is abuse me. They be eating holes in my hoodie. I be getting rammed, sitting by the campfire. They'll eat the bottom out of my camp chair. All I do is get bullied. I don't know what it is. They don't like my vibe, I guess. It's like the only animal I've ever had a problem with. So me and goats, we don't vibe. Oh my god, when they're tiny, they are so funny though. That is super true. I'm gonna have to do a study on why goats hate me. Sounds good. I'm probably not too long here anyways from doing that myself. So I'll probably be tying it up pretty soon. Yeah, it was a super good day. Thanks for chilling with me. Get some of these. It's definitely looking better. This is a little soft. And I think we're probably there. Give a little ridge to this one. Break up the blob shape. I think I did this side of it, and I just didn't do the inside. Yeah, I just didn't do the inside of it. So we'll just fix that up a little. Make it a little more rigid. Now if we hit that with a little bit of a smooth. Stellar. Awesome. Give my eyes a little bit of a break from these shapes. I think. Kind of finding a rhythm too, though, is the issue. Let's clean this one up. So I don't really love its shape that much right now. Let's see what this does to it. Get this one. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. Let's see if we can make this slightly more interesting. I think this one also I did the outside and not the inside. I think that's what happened. Yeah, because I want to rough up this centerpiece a bit more too, so I'll have to come back to it for sure. But it has been quite a day. We have been live for about 5 hours. It's a pretty good run. We made super good progress today. We got almost everything built up for the ideas that I have. Once we chisel away and rough up the rest of the mountains a little bit, then there is an underground portion, so that will have to be dug out. So next stream we will probably get into roughing up what's left of the mountain, digging out the cave, and maybe we'll build up the glaciers. But I'm debating leaving the glaciers for last. So we'll see. So that might be what we do next stream. Is tackle those few things, and then once those are all done, then we can hollow everything out and get to coloring. And that's when everything starts to look really, really good. So that'll be fun. So thank you to everyone that hung out with me today. It was a very fun day after a pretty tough morning, so I appreciate it. And I will be back on Wednesday, and there will be no Friday stream this week. I'm spending time with family. I will probably make a post about that. But in case you hear it here, now you know. So thanks again. See you guys later.